Hello guys. I wasn't actually gonna stream until tomorrow, but I guess I wanted to just play this last patch, or play this patch just one last time before I move on to the new one. Because despite it having its ups and downs, I did enjoy this patch. I do think this patch was some of the best that Smite 2 has been. It was pretty fun, despite some annoying items here and there, like Jade Scepter and shit. Bloodbond Book being a bit annoying as well from time to time. A bunch of other items as well, like Serrated. But I digress. I do think it was fun for the majority of it. Sorry, I just have to check some settings. Make sure my mic is actually on. Perfect. Oh my god. Tap me back in. There we go. There are two people with the same name in this game.
Select your god.
What do I pick then? Wukong is open. Suppose I'll just do that. I can imagine that Wukong is probably pretty boring to watch though, but I can't help it, man. I think he's a lot of fun to play with a poke fest like he is. He feels like a safe Thoth. And I love playing Thoth. He's one of my favorite mages. I love Ra for the same reason, but Ra obviously in Smite 2 is quite a bit different. You can't just sit back and only poke. Late game, your 2 is too powerful for you to just sit back. Still though, it is very fun just to look for snipes, but it's a lot more unreliable, where Thoth and currently now Wukong is just a lot more secure in their poking. I will not say he isn't broken though, because he definitely is. It's like half of the gods in Smite 2 though. It's honestly kind of hard not to play as something that's broken. I do think we as Smite 2 players have... I don't know, maybe we're not being unrealistic, but people have definitely been complaining a bit too much about specific gods. Me included. Like, I've been bitching about Morrigan here and there, because I definitely think she's a problem, but she has not really played that much. But like, if she is played by someone who's good, she's a fucking problem. She just has such a big advantage. But I don't know. I kind of hate complaining. But I have been complaining a lot in Smite 2. I don't like it. This game has changed me. The heck am I against, though? It's gotta be Fenrir or some shit. Fenrir and Morrigan, I guess I'm against. Kind of annoying either way. Oh, it's Bib on that Mercury as well. Even worse. Dude, I don't know any of my teammates. I'm actually surprised I'm against a full team that I recognize. That's crazy.
When I play with him, some games he go on the jungle speed and he does his rotation.
Yes! Well, arcane accidents happen. You cast that one perfectly. Minions have spawned. Enemy spotted.
Am I against Artemis? Huh. And so I am. And I lost a creep. That sucks. All because I had to try and poke her at level 1, like an idiot. Oh well. See if I can make him lose one as well. That's all I need. Just gotta make sure we're even.
Your right tower is under attack. Well, arcane accidents happen.
This is an interesting matchup.
Enemy missing! Enemy missing!
On my way! Gank!
Wash them away!
I wasn't even chasing anymore.
An enemy has been slain! In range, wash them away!
Farewell! May your atoms stay aligned! Ultimate is ready! Ultimate is ready! Wait! Gank!
He dash, he dash, he dash.
Get out.
Ally slain! Double kill!
Man, we played that so bad.
Your right tower is under attack!
Really wanted him to step up.
Oh my god.
Your middle tower is under attack!
I'll read and stick around. Just need 180 gold.
Enemy has been slain!
Safe.
Retreat! Retreat!
Okay.
Okay, maybe I can take advantage of Artemis not having ult. Is he support? Oh, that's what he is. Gotcha.
Be right back. Be careful.
That makes sense.
Enemy missing! Freeze!
Tragic. Really wanted to stay, man. Got one more hit on my pole. My one, and I died that. Whatever. Doesn't seem like he has TP though. Still worth it. Losing a full wave is still pretty big.
Wash them away!
I'll attack middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack!
What are you doing? Man, you play bad. Why you say please? You got fucking no beads. Soup is on mid on me, and you suppose me to claim. You fucking retard, man.
Whoa, language.
Fucking jungle.
No problem.
kind of just letting him get the war hunt for free.
On my way. An enemy has been slain. On my way. Attack.
Damn it, man! Twice in a row now.
Move like a jaguar. Hasta la vista, amigo. Very strong.
At least I'm fit now. Hello, Blue Knight. Good to see you. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the lurking. Good. I'll also
Can
just
you
try and
stop blocking
relax.
my ult,
Like
Baron, please?
the last stream that I did, I was just annoyed a lot of the time, and I did say some pretty stupid shit at times, just because of how tilted I was. I'm gonna try and be a bit more relaxed.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Because I do hate when I enter like a mode where I'm just kind of annoyed, because I start just saying dumb things that I don't really mean in any way. See if I can find this Artemis. Okay, he just ran back. That's... Oh, that wasn't smart.
Enemy missing. My horrific.
That was just kind of badly played, to be honest. Somehow I ended up using both my beats and my ult. That should not have happened. Should have just ulted her ult and that's it. She doesn't even get that far away from that either.
The pyro has arrived.
There's fucking traps everywhere, man. They're really hard to see as well.
Slain.
No, I'm just dead then.
They hit like a baby. Enemy ultimate.
Fuck. I thought he was in right, but I guess the one I saw was bots, and that for some reason I confused it with their jungler. It was just Morgan that turned into bots.
The rain shall wash them away.
Damn, my ult was up so soon too. Hope the games go well. Yeah, me too. They were pretty rough last time.
Your left tower is under attack.
As long as you enjoy your work, I suppose it's good. Being busy is not necessarily always nice though, but yeah, I hope all is well.
Enemy missing left.
Damn.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bit of a rough death for me there. Still, I'm so far ahead that it shouldn't matter anyway, but I think there's a fucking hair in my mouse though.
Enemy has been slain. On my way.
Well played by Ron.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
You cast that.
Your team has destroyed the right enemy tower.
I actually thought Artemis rotated.
The gold fury, please.
She was missing for a while.
Group up.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
One use is all I need.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
Man, that guy can trade me with 4 levels down. Like, what the fuck is that?
Enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, these traps, man. There's so many of them everywhere. I don't want to back. Fuck it. I'll keep farming. Ah, shit.
Enemy ultimate down!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming!
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Enemy missing middle! Get out.
Oh, thank god I didn't insta-land.
Enemies in left lane.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
I was hoping for something a bit better. Where's Ra? Wait, did Rocket soloed? Oh, that's really bad. Oh no.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh no. That's not good.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Man. Maybe I need to save my ult. I can't use an Artemis anymore.
The rain shall wash
Dude,
them
what
away.
is Leonibo? Leonibo Bate.
Your left tower is under attack.
Suppose from now on I just gotta save it for when I actually need my ult. I don't really think Artemis is probably worth killing for me anyway. Unless I can just get it for free.
Enemy has been slain.
Especially if they focus me that hard.
Like, can you pin me one, man? You just take my lane.
This guy's so angry.
Hasta la vista, amigo. On my way. middle tower is under attack.
Attack the gold on my way.
Slain an enemy. Attack the gold fury. On my way.
At this point, I'm probably just gonna perma-rotate, because I don't see what I can really do into Artemis at this point. All I'm really doing is wasting my beads, even if I get a kill for it. It doesn't really feel that worth it to me.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold fury.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Running aspect? Yeah. I think you always should, if you're running the int Wukong. It just makes the most sense. Because it just lowers your cooldowns. On anything but your ult. And it's not like you don't scale with you only scale with strength on your ult and your 3 anyway. So there's no reason to use anything but the bird. Like, the stun is nice, sure, and the small knock-up just for some escapability, but realistically it's not really something that's gonna make a huge difference. It's just way more valuable to have lower cooldowns. You're just an absolute poke monster. Fuck.
Move like a jaguar. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Shut down, James.
This does feel like we'd be losing really fucking hard right now if I wasn't
Your middle
a thing.
tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, but it's 2-2 because this fucking bats came back from the thing.
Enemy missing.
Aww. Sad.
Attack.
team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
What's the CDR off of it? I believe people told... you can't see it anywhere, but people told me it was 25%.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Guys,
Fuck. Yeah, I mean, my cooldowns aren't low enough for that, I guess. That sucks.
Enough of that. Farewell. May your atoms stay
Enemy missing left. Enemy ultimate's down.
the rain shall wash them away.
Imagine if I had a suit.
Let's grab a wave here. I want to make sure my wave starts to push. That's my fucking beats again, though. They have so much beat fortune on their team. If Morgan turns into bots every time as well. I do think some aspects do swap the ability info, but I just, in general, to be honest, want more info on the on abilities. Like, sometimes they're just a little too vague.
Ward the fire giant. Attack the fire giant.
So yeah, I do agree.
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Tank middle lane.
Man, I would say.
We just gotta group boys and do objectives. If we're 5, we shouldn't be losing fights.
Man,
Your middle
I hate all my basic on these two, man. I hate him for 400, man. I'm supposed to hit like 1,000.
Okay, man.
Ally has been slain.
That sucks. I shouldn't have gotten caught. I just got greedy for this Pokencilla. Fucking Fenrir shows up. Do I even need Upshart this game? Probably not. I'm very, very tempted to go for Bloodbound, just for some kind of extra defensibility. Because I can't stop Brutalize from happening. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Why you ping me, you dog shit? You get 2v2. Shut the fuck.
Yeah, he ain't wrong this time. Oh shit. Gotta take care of this fucking wave. Spirit after 5 minutes of playing. Relatable.
Enemies at the fire giant. Enemy missing. Defend.
Okay, I guess people just can't even deal with a Fenrir in a 2v1. That sucks. We're having way too much issue with their team comp, with the team comp that we have. I guess we just lost.
Yeah, you fight and against FG, you fucking retard.
Yeah, I mean, these games have pretty much just been my life the last few streams.
No, well, that's because of you.
Is under attack.
You go for fight FG, you just have to retreat, you fight like fucking donkeys. And they don't end. Oh my god, there are donkeys as you.
They're not ending though, which is interesting. Small chance.
Tower is under attack. Your left tower has
Wash them away.
Dude, yeah, they really want me. I guess I should have just ulted. My bad. I gotta get more used to that, because they're obviously focusing me. I gotta try and do better than that. I can't just get caught knowing that they're probably looking for me in that way. I think aspect zero is 10%. If it's 10% is really bad, and no one should ever really do it. I'm not sure what it is. Like, specifically the aspect here needs to say this. I don't know why it doesn't.
Your right tower is under attack.
The thing is, like, the weird part is my abilities here. I think the easiest one to tell would be transformations. How much it would be. Because that is just almost 10 seconds. But obviously, if 25% of 7 seconds and 8 seconds isn't gonna be that high. It's not really gonna be super visible. Like, that's 7 seconds. That does seem like 25% then. If it's from 9.52 to 7 something. Nice.
Oh my god, this positioning.
Some good damage though, but that's unfortunate.
Gank middle lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Okay. Stupid beats. I don't know why I did that. I tried. A for effort. Alright, let's build this shit so that I can maybe survive some things. And I'm gonna sell this Baron pot. I never use that shit.
Gamehunter, only one IQ was backing, 3 other fucking stay on right.
Help! Hi.
Be right back.
The pyroman has arrived.
Of course, my fucking ruler is pushing a fucking T2, man!
Enemy has been slain.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Attack!
That was a good one.
Oh my god, the random trap. Damn it, dude. I could have caught Fenrir.
One use is all I need.
Get catch, ruler, get catch.
Good game! Tasted the spice and sweetness of life.
Retreat! Retreat!
Yeah, I mean, this game would actually just been the freest if my Ra wasn't a freak stealing speed and Butts and Uller being freaks by just trolling because of that.
Die for no reason.
It's crazy.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyroman.
Like, the only way we win this if we somehow team wipe them on one of these sieges and we just go end. That's the only way I see this going our way. Which can happen. It's just gonna be hard.
Everyone crumbles sometimes. Group up! Defend the Titan!
Ally has been slain.
Oh my.
You cast that perfectly.
Sure, you possess dog and then you blame me.
Alright, let's go back again. I'm gonna say Archmage sucks ass.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be completely wrong. It is a bit rough. I like it for the early game.
The Gold Fury.
It definitely is.
But maybe you die a bit.
Something that just helps you through the early game a lot easier. Ow. Mine fucking hurts.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Well, tried to start something with my ult, but now I'm cooked.
You cast that perfectly. Goes your chances.
Rumble before me! Right wing!
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
We got dagger out of that? That's so funny.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Wash them away. On my way. Enemy has
Can we just end off of that? I'm not sure the rest of my team is up for it.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Morgan is coming, we should just get out.
Bears down upon you.
Time to cream 'em!
The heat bears down upon you. Move like a jaguar.
Man har overlevd i systemet.
Yeah, I mean, once again, these two dudes with the same name are just trolling. They literally just don't want to play around raw, because it stole speed.
Your Titan is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
Yeah, if only we could just do that when we group.
Attack the fire giant!
On my way.
Merc is on me.
So hold down as well.
Wait solo for 5.
Nice. On my way.
Group up.
Yes!
We need wards.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Bathe in the glow. An enemy has been slain.
How can I have 0 health like fucking ADC?
Rain shall wash them away.
In case the Silas is gonna kill everybody. Why you split?
And she went that way. That sucks.
Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very scary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ra's backseating definitely isn't helping. He's just being kind of annoying. It is tough, because I think we need to kill the Scylla, which is why I'm so heavily trying to take her down first. Like, she's the main issue by a long shot. Artemis hasn't posed an issue so far, so it does suck that she ended up being a problem in that fight. But whatever. At this point, I'm not sure I care anymore.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Alright, I mean... Well played.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I think as long as we can just survive until we get the no penalty thing, then I can just leave this game, I guess. I don't want to fucking lose anything for this. We should have won this ages ago. It is negative vibes, yeah. That's true. It's backseating a little bit in that, like, he loves telling, like, he just comments on the bad decisions that we make. Like, we know. I noticed them. Don't you worry. Our vision is terrible in this game, though. I feel like I'm the only one warding. At least in, like, good spots. Because that ward right there isn't really great for us at the moment.
The rain shall wash them away.
I mean, I can't go in alone.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I want to
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
That kind of sucks that Ra got hit by the root. And then
No, you
I
just
also
saw
just
the-
kind of got hit by it.
Enemy spotted.
Baron, mais... C'est la dash in, c'est la dash in, c'est la dash in. Oh, the Sunbat Smith is fucking through and the man would not moving!
Be careful. Ultimate is down.
Retrieve.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, her 3 has no cooldown, that's crazy.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack. Behind us!
Oh my god, that bat is so bad. He's on the...
Has arrived. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
That's insane, dude. Scylla cannot be balanced. What is that?
Like how ult is easy, you're retard. You missed an unbalanced ult, man.
Boys, you're both playing just fine. Like, it's not really a problem, man. If we just group, we win this game so easily.
I'm already playing fine. Top damage, I'm doing...
I just don't understand.
Turn around and
Your
fucking
right
Scylla when
Phoenix
you were
is under
chased.
attack. enemy team
Like,
has
Scylla feels
destroyed the
really
fire
broken late game. She still feels like the usual Scylla during the laning phase and stuff, but she feels fucking broken at this stage in the game. It feels like she has no cooldowns, and with Polly combined with her 3, like, it's because of her 3, right? She gets, what is it, 2-second off if she hits an auto after her 3, and that shit's just fucking back up, man. Fuck, it's tough. I'm Wukong, and I can't fight her, man. She just one-shots me. I can't ever go in. I just gotta stop actually ever birding in, because she doesn't have cooldowns. I gotta just stay back and always only use my 1. That's it. It's the only play I have.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Okay, what? How can I know there's a tornado you fucking dog?
I'll defend right lane. I'll defend right lane.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix is destroyed.
Five, that's it. Oh my god, that 2 down.
Oh, easy long.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your Titan is under attack.
They ended?
Single diff. And they said diff too.
Wait, what? They ended the game? I didn't even realize. But what was Bots doing? He was okay, so he just wasn't stopping him because Bots was on the Phoenix. Okay, that sucks because that was a great fight for us. I would have killed Scylla right there with that slam. I mean, I kind of want to report my whole team, to be honest, outside of the Baron. Baron did fine. He wasn't being a bad boy. Like, there was literally 0 issue with the skill on this team. There was just a refusal to team play. Backdoor from the right. I did see him getting Phoenix. I just didn't think he was going to end. Because Bots was there. That's the main thing. I saw Bots still being alive. I would assume that he could end if I saw like one of my teammates popping up. And that they were, dead. So they couldn't defend. But my guy was alive. Oh well. I still had fun that game, but games like this is why I'm having less and less fun with Smite 2. They just don't feel like good to play. It's just silly from both sides, to be fair. I'm not sure who originally started it, but like Ra taking speed because he's unsatisfied with the jungler's performance is generally, I think, an absolutely dogshit move to do. Like, why are you doing that? I will never understand that type of mindset. Because there's a high chance that they're already struggling. You taking speed just makes it 10 times worse. Alright, on to the next. Surely the next one's gonna be better. I have actually myself thought about playing Scylla sometimes because of exactly what happened that game. Because she feels like she is so hard to deal with late game. You can definitely carry games, but I mean, it's kind of the same vein as the Wukong, I guess, where it's just... You can't really do much early on, you just have to wait until you have enough items to really be useful. And in solo, that feels really bad a lot of the time, if you just have to sit around and farm. Yeah, I think the microphone lovers is a bit funny. Ra was just a little too happy talking into that microphone and every single thing that happened, commentating the game. Never on the positive things. He was very happy saying the negative things he saw. At least be equal about it. Surely we can comment on the good stuff as well. Make people happy. But no. Because from what I saw from both of them, I think they both played pretty well. Like, Bots had some pretty clutch kills at times. Obviously, the Uller played pretty well when he decided to actually show up, but he was almost never there. In the early game, at least. Or, like, mid-game team fighting. And yeah, Ra played really well, too. He had some really clutch plays as well. If only we could just have grouped, done a single objective. Siege as a team, and we actually just fucking end the game right there. But that is too much to ask, I realize. That dude's name makes sense. I feel like that's a name that fits me as well right now, to be honest. I'll just try and focus on myself today. I'm not gonna care too much about the winning and losing, but I will probably not have very much fun if my team is gonna be like that again. Yeah, I'm hunting the games. Guess I'm playing Bari. Fuck, I knew I should have banned Uller. Fuck, man. I don't really think anything like outside of Scylla just one-shotting me screwed me over. Because I only died when I decided to bird in. I just never expected the one-shot. Like, a fully one-shot. From like 70% HP. Scylla would just one-shot me with either 2, like 1 and 2, or just a 2 into a poly hit. Because my poking was doing fine. It was doing what it needed to do. And I do think Archmage is better on Wukong, to be honest, just by playing both. I just think it's weird. Yeah, it just does more. Scylla was only a problem because we didn't play as a team. Scylla like 3'd in so often, and sure, maybe low cooldown, but if she does that, she should just get jumped by our whole team. But we weren't grouped. And realistically, like I think bots played it like overall well, but bots should have been on Scylla more than anyone else. I think bots was often looking for like either Mori or Artemis, when we definitely should have always been on Scylla. If Scylla dies, there is no longer any threat to me. Maybe Fenrir if I let me get too close, but for the most part, like Scylla is my biggest issue by a landslide. But yeah, I mean, we just didn't really have much team play. It's pretty much all it was. Wow, that is a terrible team comp. Dude, that is insane. Heavy beats, Aegis, heavy beats. That's a tough team comp.
A small gleam for a greater glow.
Minions.
Parachute with this plate minion come late? I could. Dude, that's so expensive though. I hate how expensive it is, but maybe it depends. We'll see what happens. That could actually be pretty clutch.
You're stellar.
I probably won't make it in time, to be fair. There's just so many more items I need to have before that. Maybe 5th or the 6th I can do it. But not before that. Aw, did he lag out at the end? That sucks. I hope that wasn't the case. My bad, Wolfie, if that happened. Kinda looked like it. I don't think I would have lost a trade either way, though. Like... But still, that is unfortunate if that happened.
Enemies in right lane.
Close. Tower shot, you ass, man. Ain't no way. Did not think I was in tower range. And that was an instant shot. That was 0 hesitation on that tower shot. Damn. Dude, I do think that towers and smite are really stupid and weird at times. Because sometimes they won't fucking shoot, it doesn't matter. They'll do the ding and they don't give a fuck. And sometimes they will insta-shoot you. I do think the AI on the towers in Smite 2 have been a lot worse than Smite 1. It's really awkward at times. Because you can abuse it sometimes, with how weird it works. It's almost as if it shoots on a timer. You can take boosters on if you want. It's not really needed.
Ally has been slain.
This is gonna be a pretty tough matchup, actually. The more I think about it.
Power beautifully cut.
Unless I somehow lifesteal enough to stop the poke. If he lands his 3, I'm actually in trouble.
Your left tower is under attack.
He's gonna near one-shot me and I can't stop it from happening. I don't know why I went a little Irish there.
Enemy missing left.
It can go both ways though. He has pretty low mobility as well, and my poke, if it also nearly one-shots, then I suppose we'll see what happens.
The party's this way.
There we go.
Yes.
What's the jungle again? Aladdin? I think I can take Aladdin this early. I'm not too afraid of that, to be honest. Oh shit, it's both. Oh no!
Enemy has been slain.
My bad, I guess. I didn't expect the Ares there too. So I'm sitting here talking up. I can take the Aladdin. His fucking father is here too. I could have beatsed, but I'm not gonna beats in front of an Ares on the chains. Fuck that. I'm just dead then. Just wasting beats.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Free your soul to the other side.
Poor Wolfie, he is kind of getting camped a bit here. In a matchup that is already pretty rough this early.
Flawed things.
Granted, I do think if he stays back and on the tower, there's nothing we can do to him. Baron is so fucking scary to dive.
Ouais, ouais, Master Game 0 war.
left tower
Enemy
is
missing
under
right.
attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
The party's
It's fucking Ares, man. Go away. Hello, Elenita. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream.
Enemy has been slain.
Nice.
Range shall wash them away.
Man, that guy just one-tapped me alone, man. During this time, an Ashil comes.
Well met. Enemy missing. Be careful, right.
Thank you, Elenita. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's the Angry Raw again. Yeah, he's my jungler. I mean, once again, he is still playing well. He's just very passionate. Oh god. Do I just push? I'm kind of afraid.
Enemy spotted.
I will take these though.
Enemy missing middle.
Yeah, I know it doesn't require it, but that is often what leads it, you know? It's the extra passion and want to win that really makes them push that button. I understand.
Be careful left.
I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Yeah, he had so much counterplay there, truly. You see how much I outplayed him by pressing the same button 3 times? That was really, really crazy, actually. You should have seen the way I pressed the 3 buttons.
The
On my way.
Pyromancer has arrived.
It was actually really, really well done. Oh my god, how are they pathing?
Slain an enemy. Enemy has been slain. You are fabuloso.
Well, that was a rougher landing.
Is there a rank frame coming? I'm not sure, actually. I didn't even know there was a reset, or a soft reset coming tomorrow. Ranked is gonna be even worse. I almost quit the last time there was a rank reset.
free your soul to the others.
I played that kind of bad, to be honest. Still. Could have been worse.
Enemy missing. Be careful left.
Let's back off.
Oh, it gleams with promise.
suppose I just go Heartseeker now. After this, I can look at trying to get Parachute. It actually would be really clutch, because there's so much shit for me to beat in this game. At least I can save Parachute for a result. That should make me immune, right?
Enemy missing.
At least I think I'm fed enough to the point where I should be able to get it without much trouble.
Be careful.
Oui, ton baronne. Gamehunter.
Enemy has been slain.
My light dims briefly.
Got my ult off in time. What's FK? What build thing we're talking? I was just talking about the Parachute. Like, it should make me immune to every result, I believe, so... It's the reason why I would get it, because then I would just have to save that passive for a result.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And just a result, because it wouldn't work on the others.
Tower is under attack.
Suddenly I'm 5 levels, well 4 now. So far ahead. No, I was still rooted. Can I catch up? Yes.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Stone yields to beauty.
Your left tower is under attack.
Essence.
Alright, I'll look at it next. Yeah, we're really fed. So it's not completely over for them though, I would say. Maybe. I'm not sure actually. We do have a very broken comp.
Enemy missing middle.
Yeah, I really wanted to chase that. But that would be a waste of time.
Attack the Gold Fury. Group up.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Ah! Oh, the party!
Enemy has been slain. Wash them away. Calculation and fire giant.
Even shattered, I shine.
The fact that I can't use my 3 is so rough, man. Ares really shits on me.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Ares doesn't do damage if you immune it. It only does damage when you land in front of him as he pulls you. So if you beat it, it doesn't do damage.
Your left tower is under attack. Has arrived.
In general, Aerial, this is kind of bad now. Like, it's really, really bad.
Man, thank you.
I actually thought he was waiting in the bush. He was just running.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Tower is under attack.
Flawless end.
Free your soul.
Oh,
No, dude! There's no, his ult got cancelled! I shouldn't have survived for as long as I did. That's so funny, man. It cancelled his ult. That's so troll, dude. Baron ult is a weird one. It cancels Sobek ult as well, I do know this. Because I've been pissed off by that so many times. But that is really silly. I wish I could finish my starter, but... Ooh, it's way more expensive than I thought it was.
Your right tower is under attack.
But it would have been really clutch to actually have it there in that fight.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
That was a rougher landing than expected.
Your right tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm just here for the assist.
Enemy missing.
Does it drop the Baron suck? That's a good question. I actually have no idea. Well, that worked out pretty well.
Ever tried to
Hope there's no frame this reset.
Victory.
If you mean frame, it's there will be a soft reset. I don't know how they're going to do it this time, but there will be a soft reset. At least from what people have told me. So don't hold me to it. But... And if it's the usual, it's gonna put everyone who's above 4K down to 4K. And I still don't like the way that that really works, because that just feels bad. I'm literally not even joking when I'm saying last time that they did it, I almost quit the game. That's how unfun. Like I was literally stuck around 4K for like a week or two, and it was so unenjoyable. Back when I was it was back when I was playing every day. I'm not doing that anymore. Wonder why? I don't think I can handle playing this game every day right now. As much as I do enjoy it, I do think the community in Smite is pretty fucking rough right now. But when you get into good games, which has happened a few times, dude, that's so much fun, dude. I fucking love being in games where people are actually just like even games, back and forth games where people are just trying to do their best to win, but the enemy team is about the same level as you are. That just feels the best. It's what I live for. I had one of those games. Like in my was that the last stream? No, it wasn't the last stream. The previous stream to my last. It was almost an hour game. I think it actually might have been an hour game. That shit roasted my brain. But that game was so much fun. Even if the way I ended up losing it was slightly on me, which really does suck. I just got caught at a bad time. And Win needed me alive so badly. I was like a full late game magical Wukong with like five 3K pots. It was insane. But that game was great. We reached disgusting levels of who could one-shot who at that point. And unfortunately, I got hit by a long-ranged Vulcan ultimate while I was in the bird form. And we lost that game off of that. I was literally one-shot. Nah, my team in that game did throw a lot, though. We were on the Titan a few times. But we did it bad. Looking and thinking. What does one play here? I want to Wukong again. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna be disgusting Wukong player again. I haven't been winning on Wukong lately. I always end up losing late game anyway. Despite just poking everyone to absolute shit. We still managed to throw the games. I'm gonna try one more time. Yeah, don't expect that much Jimoja, Wanari. That one yesterday or the day before was an exception. She is fun though. I do like the aspect in solo with her, but she is terrible. The only reason why that game went well for me was because I was against another ranged character that needed items, just like I did. Otherwise, that shit ain't good. But you know what? I might play it more, because it is fun. And I need that fun. I think I will only pick it though in cases where I know my teammates. Just to make sure. Because it's not going to go well with that unless I do have some kind of setup and some follow-up. And even then, I might actually try the auto-attack Umoja again. And in that case, I can just play it whenever, because I should be decently tanky. I'll just go for the same shit that I built on Zeus. Auto-attack Umoja is pretty fun. But it's just not as good as it used to be after Kins was shut down. What I'm hearing is Situationally, she's good, or at least not bad. Yes, that is pretty much kind of the thing I'm saying. Kind of. Maybe it's safer to say that she can work, but not that she is good or okay. She is kind of bad. I will admit, she's bad. But is she so bad that she can't work? No. You just gotta hope that things really go in your favor. Because a squishy Yamoja tends to be very easy snack for pretty much any junglers running around. Is this a beats game? Fuck, man, it probably is. Okay. And I believe I'm against Apollo. Yes, I am. Yes, sir. Okay, just for the sake of it, just so I can prove my point, I will go Sands of Time this game. But I don't think it's better than Conduit, especially early. Conduit just feels really nice, so you have some early game wave clear. In this case, I'm probably not going to win the laning anyway, so I'll just do this. But Conduit just feels really nice to have. Skill issue? Yes. To be fair, everything is a skill issue. I'm just saying. Can we get a Bluestone? No. Bluestone, actually, someone did the math for me in chat a few streams ago on the Bluestone versus Conduit, and Conduit is better in every way. It's better early and it's better late. So that one I'm definitely not doing. And I didn't like how it felt, either. Hello, Legend. Good to see you. As always. While we're pausing. Yeah, Awilix, I feel like that was that the time when you could actually 5-man queue, or were you just really unlucky? Because I imagine probably a few of them, a lot of the people who are like the friend dudes will definitely start duo queuing again, and I think that's one of the reasons why it starts to feel really bad in the early stages of like a soft reset. Because you have some of the best people in the world duo queuing or triple queuing, or whatever the fuck you can even do now. And then you're meeting something that is impossible to be against. That's the shit that always fucked me up too, because I would always meet those people. And I'm usually solo queuing. I don't really play with a whole lot of Smite bros. I don't really have that many Smite pros, to be fair. Bros. And the ones I do, we generally just solo queue. Sometimes I'll queue with like a chat member or something who is also around the same level here, but yeah. Oh yeah, why the fuck am I even starting here? I can't clear this. I gotta go lane. Is his blue also up? No. I was wondering. He came to lane pretty fast. Guess I won't invade for once. Just try and clear this fast so I can do my blue. That's really bad, man. I just gotta fucking book it.
Enemies in right lane.
And he's... Why are you leeching too, man? Why is he here? I'm so fucked on XP now. I don't even want it back.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
Tragic. Right there, I mean, if I'm even, that looks pretty good for me. But oh well. I'll survive. I'll manage.
Defend. Ultimate is ready.
How the fuck did only one of them not die? That's weird. I don't know what the word is, Legend. I can't say something I don't know what is. What if you're making me slur in a different language? I can't do that.
Middle tower is under attack.
Give up. Oh, Shuama?
Middle tower is under attack.
I see. I guess I've just never seen that spelled before. Oh.
Enemy spotted.
Attack right lane. Attack.
I want it back before this shit spawns.
On my way.
Let's make sure that I'm ready to fight for my own blue buff here.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Completed.
Your left
Not sure I can actually even fight for it. And I'm just fucking out of mana. Let's get something. Just something.
Susanna bits.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy missing
Enemy
right.
missing left.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe if I'm getting one blue buff, I wouldn't be so far behind. That really sucks. Tragic.
Your left tower is under attack.
Did not think that was gonna kill me either. Maybe I should have just waited for my ult.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ain't no way I'm actually losing tower for it too. That'd be crazy.
Your left tower is under attack.
slain.
Enemy missing, right.
Retreat! Save yourself!
That's nice.
You're welcome.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Survive. Oh my god. That does so much damage. The fuck? I still lost tower after all. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling the conduit difference, and it's kind of fucking me on the waves, because I can't clear them as fast. Like, my one should one-shot archers much earlier. I think I can now, but...
Your middle tower is under attack.
At least after that kill, I'm keeping up in XP, but not getting blue still sucks. Yeah, that's the way I was familiar with the spelling as well, Paradox.
Vista, amigo.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Yeah, I think I still prefer Conduit, because I think like late game you'll be there no matter what as an Ind Wukong, but you really need that early game to just carry you through.
Tower is under attack.
And Conduit is kind of where I get that from. So I think I'll still stick to Conduit. It feels rough early. Not to mention the poke is just really nice with Conduit too.
Defend.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
On my way! Completed!
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
We're speeding up! On my way!
And the rain shall wash them away.
Guys,
Enemies in right lane.
My own decoy's body blocking me. Fucking hell. Dude, my blue spawned. No, dude. Has he already gotten it? I think he went left. Yeah, he fucking already got it. Dude, I rotated at the worst time, but I didn't even think about it.
Ultimate is ready. Attack left lane.
Enemy missing left.
There he is.
Enemies have Return to base.
We really missed Ganesh ult.
Enemies in right lane.
Damn, I thought my things was gonna finish him off. It just didn't. Conduit diff, to be honest. Or there's the lack of conduit diff.
Attack right lane. Ultimate down.
Yeah, still think I got it.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Attack fire blades.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Hold here.
Come on, guys.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies in left lane.
Attack.
Gang.
Enemy spotted.
I had a blue buff. Holy.
Defend. Ultimate is down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Once I have my tower in my lane here, I think I can rotate. But I need this fucking tower down.
The ultimate down.
It's probably not gonna happen here though.
It's ult Susan.
Let's try it though.
Enemy missing left. Destroy the left enemy tower.
He might have just gone for blue instead of going for the tower.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under
Complete. Complete.
No. I imagine Paul is probably pissed that Susanov not going in. I definitely should have died. I'm just greedy. Because Paul just dashes in like that.
Behind us. Complete.
This aspect.
Attack.
Didn't he? Couldn't he TP?
Enemy ultimate down.
I was dead for so long, man. I was so high level.
Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down. Away.
Enemy missing left. Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat.
On my way. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane. Defend.
Is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso.
Defend left lane.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Ward left. Defend left lane.
No problem.
Ward the fire tunnel.
It's such a low Phoenix. I'm not even sure we can defend it, to be honest. Anyone can just go and dive that. Apollo can just go hit it and ult out. Which he probably will do when he's back up.
Defend left lane. Enemy ultimate incoming.
On my way. Group up.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
On my way.
Group up. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Ultimate's down. The enemy has been slain.
Enemy ultimate.
They seem to just get blown up. I have no idea who actually blew them up like that. Probably Neath, I guess.
Destroyed the fire tower.
No problem.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah, that was strange. I'm not sure why Paul just landed in on that fight instead of going for the Phoenix, because that should have just been free. Honestly, even if he dies for that, as long as the rest of their team stays back, I don't really think we can just go fire. They still have Susano and Agni like on her for this scary comp to go into. Granted, we probably were high level at the time. I'm not sure that our lead now is like pretty much just came from that fight. It was basically even.
Group up.
So
Set up an ambush. Attack. Attack right lane. Follow me.
The rain shall wash them away.
That was a clever little incantation.
under attack.
On my way.
Defend left lane.
On my way.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Okay. Completed.
Enemy ultimate down.
It sucks Neith died. I'm not sure who was chasing him,
Now, young one.
but
Attack the Gold Fury!
Enemy ultimate incoming.
that's really bad though. Like we're not getting anything with this fire.
Completed.
On my
Completed.
way!
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy has been slain.
Group up! Please!
Ah, fuck it.
Thanks. Attack right lane. Enemies have returned to base.
Let's actually go pen this time, unlike last time. Once again, like it could just be easy saying it, like you know, as a Wukong, just hitting people from the back, but I feel like we're losing these fights for zero reason. When we really shouldn't.
On my way! Ward the Fire Giant!
Group up.
Group up!
Ultimate defend left lane.
Enemies at the Fire Giant!
The enemy team has destroyed the pirate.
Wait, did we lose a Phoenix again? Ah, shit.
Retreat middle lane.
That has to have been a while. No, never mind. Happened very recent. Shit, I didn't even realize. I usually keep track of that shit.
Middle.
No problem. Be careful.
Enemy ultimate down. Middle lane.
Okay. Retreat.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Group up.
Group up.
On my way.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Attack.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyroman. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, that was a clever little incantation.
Just gotta make sure they're not pushing this lane.
Retreat.
Defend the fire giant.
On my way. Attack! Be careful. Be careful.
Be right back.
Point here.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Completed. Completed.
You're here.
Evil strikers are resolved.
Attack! Attack!
Stops here. The rain shall wash them away.
Attack!
Hasta la vista, amigo.
What happened? Ultimate is down. Healing.
Enemy has been slain.
Destroyed a middle enemy.
Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very scary. Yeah!
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
We still lost our left Phoenix.
Group up. Retreat. On my way.
Starting to hit hard.
Your right tower is under attack.
As long as I can hit my hole on someone squishy with 3 stacks of soul gem, I should be in a good spot.
On my way.
Attack left lane. Attack left lane.
On my way.
We need wards.
Ally slain.
We need wards. We need wards. Enemies in left lane.
Bad for me for sticking around when I knew we didn't have words.
Enemy ultimate.
Wash them away. Double kill.
It's huge. Still think they get fire though.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
So he just jumped in.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Attack. Cancel that.
Group up.
Wukong passive is underrated. It is. It's very good. Oh, I've been sitting bad. My shoulders fucking hurt.
Ultimate is down. Attack the goal.
Our Phoenix has gone down way too many times. Like, it's kind of stupid how badly we've defended this.
Group up, please.
Be careful. I'll defend left lane.
Enemies in right lane.
Retreat. Enemy spotted.
Group up.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
On my way.
Group
Attack
up.
the Gold Fury.
Group up.
Enemy has been slain. Wash them away. Very strong.
That sucks. Should have tried to just get to my team, I guess. That's so big with dagger ain't dying ever.
Attack the Gold Fury.
All attack left lane.
I'm not really sure what Neith is doing, to be honest. She's so out of position so many of these engagements. Just gotta chill a bit. Stick around the Ganesha. It's a hot by Sobek. I didn't actually say what he did. This game is alright. It's a little bit back and forth. I enjoy that, but I feel like a lot of the back and forth issues that are this game is because of, well,
Okay.
I forgot my train of thought as I was entering that, but
Enemies in right lane. Wait. Defend the gold fury. Defend the gold fury.
Enemy missing.
Be careful.
Enemy has been slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the pirate. Your left team is under attack.
Right lane.
and just like that, it went so well. Stop following the decoy! God damn. Alright, nice. We were able to end. Yeah, I don't know how we kept losing these. It's just a few times we had people just running out of position and getting one shot, basically. I don't know how often people have, like, this Wukong thing on their team with full end and all that, but you'd literally have one job when you have Wukong on your team playing full end. Just wait until he pokes. That's it. Wait until he pokes. You have an automatic advantage. It's unmissable, long range as fuck. Poke. That's all you gotta do, you know? We just wait, we make sure we poke, and then we go in. In this case, we're lucky, or Neith, like me and Neith timed our abilities well. In that we just kind of both went on Susano there. He just took so much damage as a result without really being able to respond to it. Yeah, GG Relic. Yeah, Ari, I don't really think this one was on you, to be honest. It's just you can't really do much in a matchup like that. You can only peel so much. Still disappointed Strength Wukong doesn't get a chode. I do think it sucks that Strength Wukong doesn't get some kind of fun bonus like Int does. I just don't know what it would be. I think I mentioned a while ago, I think it was in Nika's chat actually when I was thinking about it. What if Wukong's strength, after a certain amount of strength, you get to spawn a decoy with your interact ability? Like how, Mordred uses his, passive essentially to have an extra ability. Maybe strength could utilize the fact that he has clones. I think that would be pretty cool. It adds more into the lore of Wukong as well. And it's not like the clones are broken. They're a little annoying, sure, but the fact that now that they mimic your abilities is pretty cool, and they don't like do an insane amount of damage. It would just be a fun little extra ability added to him. At 1000 strength, your decoy is Cthulhu-sized. Damn. That would be fun, I will admit. But how the fuck are you ever getting to 1000 strength? Is that even possible in Smite 2? I don't think so. Strength doesn't really give you that much. Like, even the best items in the game in terms of strength gives you like 75. So, I don't know how you get there. With enough 3k pots, you would, yeah, that's true. So Wukong is just a ticking time bomb. You want to make sure Wukong never gets to late game with 3k pots. Otherwise, he becomes a Cthulhu. That's great. That sounds like it would be really fun and incredibly toxic at the same time. Still though, that's the decoy that would be big, not you yourself. It would be fun to watch. It's just a kaiju running around. But at the same time, no. I'm not even sure I would want that as Wukong. It would obscure my vision. Probably. Dude, I wish they could implement Nimbus in some way, though. Let me fly on the cloud. The way the ult is, I think, is like a cool functionality in a way, but it doesn't really add into the lore of, you know, him flying around on the cloud. And at this point, I don't think they should change it. I don't know. I would like some kind of cool thing with Nimbus, though. But they already gave him the bird, which gives him so much mobility. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want any of these. About to crash out. I get it, man. Shit sucks sometimes. I had literally my last stream I was like that. I did crash out a little bit on stream. I said some things that I don't like saying on the stream 2 days ago because it was going that badly. I was it was a bit of a mix. Like I was playing like shit myself. I just had a bad day. I was playing like shit myself and I wasn't winning in any way, shape, or form. Even the few games where I did play well, we just still fucking lost. Somehow. I won 2 games. One playing Achilles and one playing Umoja. Like, fucking hell. At that point, I just accepted that it wasn't really up to me if I won or not. Don't think that's entirely true, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta leave it up to fate. The Umoja was really fun to play, I'm not gonna lie. I had fun with it. But that shit is so bad that if you meet anything that has some kind of fightability early on, you have 0 chance of winning. The only reason why I was able to fight that game was because I was against the Kali ADC. In solo. And she's so shit early game too. Well, not shit, it's just an ADC. Like, I'm ranged as well. She can't really just initiate on me that easily. She gave me the time to farm that I needed. Because the Umoja aspect is pretty scary once you have like at least like 3 items or so. Once you have a few items in your build, you're good to go. Then you just gotta get one really good ult off, and you can just spam your 2. Do a bunch of damage. It is pretty much, yeah, it is Zeus now that I think about it. It is just the worst version of Zeus. But I do think her ult is way better. It doesn't obviously do as much damage. But I do think her ult for the walls is just way better. It's so incredibly good for setup. I think Umoja ult is broken. It's one of the hardest abilities, or like strongest abilities in the entire game, I think. Because you can't auto-attack through it either, but your enemies can. Like, that shit is so horseshit. Like, what's happening here? I'm attacking them back, but I can't hit them. But they're hitting me. Fucking unfair, I say. It's cool, though. I do think it's a very cool ability. Don't tap me out! Not now! Oh, shit. Don't think I lost any health, but... Oh, I'm trading with... No. I don't want fucking ADC.
Your god.
Wukong is open again, but I really don't want to play it again. I'll play enough Wukong for today, I think. She's open though. I don't like it. That's so nasty. Why is she open? I'll play Mordred. I'll play the thing that never goes well. Let's do Mordred. Though in my defense, I don't know why it's not going well. I just always get camped for some reason when I play Mordred. And actually, if I'm against Int Wukong, that is a good matchup for me. He can't just keep birding as long as I keep 3ing him. He's going to take so much damage for it. And not to mention, if it's in Wukong, he's not really going to do that much damage early on. So, should be easy enough of a lane. Maybe. Maybe, well, I'll just eat my words. I don't actually think Wukong int is that bad early if you have Conduit. Still fucking hurts. It's just you have some longer cooldowns at that time. Is next patch Mordred actually PogChamp though? I don't know. I have to see it first. I've heard some people say that tanks are going to be pretty good next patch. I don't believe it before I see it. Phoenix Shield probably is. Okay. Wait, what are they doing to Phoenix Shield? I'm not sure I can like that item unless it has more protection. 15 is just so bad. You might as well not have it. Oh boy. We have... We actually have a pretty interesting comp. I like this. I know you guys can't see it though. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I know that they add the anti-heal thing, but I don't think that's gonna be good. Like, I think just going for... Whoops, the fuck am I turning on? And where? I don't really think that makes a difference, to be honest, for Phoenix Shield. I would just rather go for something like with lifesteal instead, to be honest. Maybe I'm wrong, we'll see. I'll do Sundry, actually. I want to build Sash. But what does that go into? Yogis? Maybe I can save it for later and do it for Hexstone. Let's try this. Healing's getting nerfed. I thought it was already 2. Oh, it's 3%? Okay. I actually thought it was 2. When was that buffed? Maybe I've been too harsh on it. 3% is actually pretty good.
Minions have spawned.
I think I start on blue this time. I ain't losing it again. And I have Sunder to help me this time. I need to see if Wukong is going a strength orient. Oh, it's also in Uller jungle. This Scylla is pretty good too, I have to be careful with that. Oh, this builds Sash? Oh, perfect. I'll just do that then. Just an easy Nemean pickup. I had no idea.
Okay.
I decided not to start buff. I don't want to lose any creeps. Granted, I might lose one on the second wave now. I'm definitely losing one. No. It was kind enough to clear for me. Nice.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
It is, in fact, in Wukong. It went Chalice, too.
Have fun.
Enemy has been slain.
I'll just start with Neiman at this point, so I can actually finish an item. I suppose I will try to not go Mystical, even though not having Mystical is gonna kind of suck for clear going full tank. Aww. Yeah, I think he knows, he just sometimes doesn't care, and it's easy to underestimate it.
Ult, man. Ult, ult! Just use it fucking faster, bro.
Your left tower is under attack.
Den har mackidat.
Man, it's so rough when you don't have blue stone on Mordred, though. Can't be as aggressive as I want to be. Deathgrass. Which one is that? Is that the Scylla? Oh, the Deathgrass. Oh, never mind. I understand. The Stealth Grass. Dude, actually, I've been thinking about this. So, when Matikarus comes out, isn't he just gonna be completely fucking broken? Because there's gonna be so many, like, blind spots because of him. He's literally gonna take away the few spots that you think might be safe. Dueling is gonna be an absolute fucking nightmare when he comes out. And a jungler's dream if he's on your team. Yeah, I do wonder how they'll deal with it.
Enemies have returned.
Enemy spotted.
That sound effect.
Vista, amigo.
On my way.
I still got him, but that was not in the intent. Oh, huge.
Has been slain.
Oh well.
Your left tower is under
Fuck it. I think I need it. I was trying to ignore its existence, and as much as I like Mystical Mail, it still doesn't have that much protection on it.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Torment for your soul. Thanks. Torment for your soul.
Your right tower is under attack.
I still really like Mordred. But he really just is a tank through and through. It's so hard to build him anything else. Interesting bird. He tried to outrun it. I respect it. I don't know why he didn't just ult as a response, though. He might have been too spooked. I don't actually want it back yet. I should just get this on cooldown. Give me all the cooldowns. Oh, honestly, I'll wait for my TP to get back up. I'm sure it'll be fine.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing lance of that. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your team has destroyed a right tower. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I can't tell if it's down or not. But whatever, doesn't matter.
A tonic or a trinket.
I think I'll do Oni's here into Freya's into Pridwin. So that I do get some damage as well. Just through items.
Enemy has been slain.
There we go.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
He just kept pushing. Shit, man. My tower!
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
This time I definitely will not care about getting their tower before I start rotating. Because that ain't happening.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Cancel that.
If he runs to me, then maybe I can help, but...
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's a little too far away down there. And I couldn't really tell how much damage he was doing to Uller, so... Could maybe even have gotten tower if I stayed, actually. This will be the first time I'm buying this item. I haven't bought Freya's before.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the Cold Fury.
Enemies in right lane.
I'll defend.
Your team has destroyed the gold cure.
Quiet.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
On my way.
Enemy moving. Enemies in left. That fire giant.
I'll defend left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's tragic. Couldn't cancel it in time. I mean, surely we're getting. Oh my god, this fucking Naga, go away! Holy shit!
Retreat.
Really unfortunate, wouldn't get a single kill out of that. I did 100,000% fuck up. Scylla should not have survived.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Wait, does he live? No.
Vista, amigo.
Behind us.
Oh, my horrific.
Why am I still here?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I know why I'm here, it's for the gold. Good try, but so big, he almost fucking got me.
Sinister and sharp.
I'd have been so pissed if I died for that, I just needed 50 gold.
No. That fire giant. Enemies in right lane.
Enemy has been slain.
That fire giant.
Yes. I'll defend.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Storm any abilities! Oh my god. Ah, dude, there's no way we should have lost that fight. We actually had fire. What even happened? How did people die in the back? Ugh. I did just realize how big of a level difference there is in the duo lane. Yikes. I guess I should have stayed on someone else but Scylla, but... Once again, I'm just looking for Scylla because she's so bullshit to deal with. And she never dies otherwise. So they have crit. Yes. Then I have to do this shit. So much for wanting to go for Pridwin. I still think I'll do Pridwin actually. I want the cooldown way more. I probably have to focus someone else but Scylla either way, because she's definitely the hardest one for me to stick to. Every single ability she has is a problem for me. I can't outrun her ult. Her 3 obviously is... Yeah, I mean, I can't really chase that unless I use my ult. Her 2 has a fucking perma-slow for some reason. And her 1 obviously roots me, so... I can't stick to her at all. It's hard as fuck.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle. Torment to yourself.
Why are you here? Let me take the tower. Nah, I'm not getting out of this. Maybe I am, because my team's on the fucking job. I can't believe he still caught me. Tragic. Still, I still don't really feel like a tank, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Not a single item in my build right now is... I even went so far as to try and be tanky that I went warriors. But I'm still dying in literal seconds. What's the point in this? High risk? If I was a damage dealer, we'd probably win this for free. Just not Mordred, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I just want to play Mordred, man, but he's so bad. At least this guy's build right now isn't great. He doesn't do that much damage. Oops. But eventually Wukong will just be more useful than me.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Lifesteal, I fucking hate you. I can't believe you survives. Wild. Okay, man. Lifesteal! I hate this. Lifesteal is so bullshit. All he has is Soul Gem, and he's still healed enough. I don't believe it. I'm just gonna finish this shit first, because at least I can poke then.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
But yeah, it is what it is. I am top damage, I suppose, but it's not really because of my burst. It's just mystical meal. Maybe when I'm full build, it's gonna be better. Surely. He doesn't even have pen either, dude. I'm losing it, guys. They don't have any pen and they still hurt this much. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. It's all going wrong, guys. I'm actually losing it now.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Maybe if I hit my ability, I could maybe poke just a little bit. Fucking hell.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pridwin, save me. Please.
I require one of everything.
Destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Right Phoenix is under attack.
Ah, come on. I can't.
Retreats.
Man. I still don't even know how we lost this. How did people die in mid? Oh, whatever, I guess. I don't think we're winning this either way, because we just... Well, because we have Mordred. I'm so useless. Huge. My bad, team. I picked Mordred. Gigantic fucking mistake.
Defeat.
Still, I'm not sure what happened in duo. It is surprising to see an Artemis losing to an Apollo. I think that's a good matchup for Apollo. Yeah, no, I'm just playing a useless god. I can't do anything on this fucking character. I felt that every fight. If I was playing anything else, I could do so much more. Every time. Modred, when I think about playing Modred, I think it's fun. But when I actually play him, it's not fun. You're not doing shit and you're not a tank. What's the point? I'm literally building full tank. And I don't feel like a tank in any way. You're still just dying in seconds, and you can't chase anything. Because every fucking damage dealer, for some reason, has 5 ways of getting away from you. There's actually just no reason to play a tank in solo. And even if they don't have any self-peel, they build Jade Scepter, and suddenly they do. So, back to bed. Back to damage dealers. I'll take that one on me, team. It was my bad for picking a tank. Oops. I probably think the only tank that can work at the moment is something like Kabrakan. And that is just because he is so inherently broken. With 3 CCs and a wall in his kit. That you can still make it work because of the utility. But that's it. I don't see any other frontline that actually works when you build them full tank. Obviously a bunch of hybrids can work. Like Hercules and Wukong and all that stuff. Where you still either build full damage or you just go hybrid. It's still fine. Even Achilles I think is fucking better than Modred. Modred is just so bad. Because you can't build any damage on him. He's too easy to just lock down and kill. And even if you build full tank, it just feels like you're not tanky enough. I don't really feel like my damage in that game was a problem. When I was able to stick to someone, I could deal alright damage. That's mostly because of items, though, with Bridwin and Nemean. Even so, you just die too fast. We'll see if anything changes on that next patch, but I get the feeling that it won't, to be honest. I'm not seeing anything in the next patch, at least from the small things that I have seen, that will change that. I don't really think items is the issue, personally. I think it's just fucking stats. Like some of these tank items don't give any just any protection. Who in their right mind would build Phoenix Shield? Even on Modred, where it's just one of the best passives on items in the game, on Modred specifically, but it gives you 15 protection. I don't give a shit if I heal 3% on every ability if I die in 2 hits. That makes no sense to me. Alright, my round is done. No more tank whining. Maybe a little bit more, since it was a dodge. There was 2 DCs in that game. I wonder if the server kind of cooked itself. I am planning on streaming tomorrow as well, by the way. Because I do want to check out all the new stuff before it becomes normal for everyone else, and I missed a full day, and now everyone knows what's OP and I don't. That always feels like shit. I hate that. Granted, it's not like everyone is gonna know what's happening on the second day, but still. I think the experimentation stage is the funnest part of it. The most entertaining one. I think even if the patch is bad, at least the first week or so it should be fun just trying out new things. Isn't Janus coming as well? Or is that next week? Janus. That's definitely a god I'm looking forward to. Like, a part of me hates the experimentation stage, to be honest, but that's probably just because I have autism and I hate change. Just inherently hate change. But at the same time, after playing the same game for a while in Smite in terms of metas and stuff, it is nice to get a change. But if the change is too big, I do find it pretty overwhelming. I'm like, what is even happening anymore? But I do think it's healthy for the game. Just thinking about it in like a logical sense. But I still kind of hate it in a way. Ouch. But I think you're right. I do think the experimentation stage in general is like generally it is just the most interesting one. Like everyone is being confused and like not knowing what's happening. I think that stage for any game is definitely the most interesting one. I think it's why I enjoy like From Software games as well a lot, because everything isn't data mined by like when they come out. Obviously, there are previews and stuff that some people have played it previously, but it just feels like going into those games, you just don't know anything. I think that's great. I love that shit. Oh yeah, I suppose I can just check the date. Let's see when Giannis comes out. Oh no, it's not even Giannis. It's Hu Yi that's next. Giannis is after Hu Yi. So yeah, you're right. Hu Yi is tomorrow. I completely forgot. It's because I tested PTS and I was like, holy shit, Giannis is coming next. And then just kind of hooked onto that in my brain. So yeah, Hu Yi comes out. That doesn't actually do anything for me. I don't really care about Hu Yi. I always found him just okay to play for me. But Smite 2 has surprised me in ways that I couldn't have imagined. If you told me when I was playing Smite 1 that Hades would be one of my first, no, he wasn't my actual first, it was Mordred, but my second Radiant, that'd be crazy to me. I always found Hades like aggressively boring in Smite 1. But he has some fun changes, so maybe Hu Yi will be the same, but that's a big doubt. Also because he's an ADC, and he's not really an ADC that fits into solo. But who knows? I guess it all depends on the aspect he has. No, never mind. I know the aspect. It makes him like makes him a mage, so never mind. That doesn't do shit. They really do like the mage aspect, huh? I feel like I must ask before, but I can't recall. I don't recall either. I have not played Outer Wilds, but well, I tried it, but I'm also a gigantic pussy, and that game freaked me out. I went to the two scariest places in that fucking game from the get-go. I kind of have a fear of underwater, and the first thing I went to was the underwater planet, and I was like, fuck that. So I went to a different planet, and it was like the cosmic horror planet. I was like, that's great. That's fantastic. I'm leaving now, and I'm refunding the game. That's not gonna be the end, though. Oh, I'm batting. I do think I want to try it again eventually, but yeah, Snotty, I'm on it. I'm on it. It's too busy answering questions. Yeah, I don't. It's the thing is, I also read up on it because I'm not a huge fan of like scary games. But I decided to try this one, even though it had like people said it had elements of being a bit creepy at times, but that was about it. ban the streamer. He speaks too much. I do have interest in Outer Wilds, but I also don't like first-person games all that much. I'm a bit weird that way. I feel so what's the word for it? Like closed in, almost a little claustrophobic when I play first-person games. I just prefer like third-person games in general. Sometimes there's exceptions, like I played Cyberpunk, like something like that. But I'm generally not a huge fan of first-person games. Oh, you can see the gods again. Thank God, man. Thank God. What the fuck do I pick though? I haven't played Chuck in a while. I could actually do a Chuck game. I have been ignoring him for quite a bit. And this doesn't look like a bad Chuck game. Do a Vulcan game. This time, probably not with the aspect though. But again, I could do aspect. I might even have to go aspect actually. If I'm against that Nubis, I might actually just get cooked if I don't go aspect. Yeah, just do either this one or I'm not a huge fan of that one. This one's cool. This one is cool as well, but I like this one the most. Wanari, tell me this isn't just the Lich King, right? We have to use this one. I already forgot. Did I go aspect or not? I don't even care at this point. I think both are fine into their team comp. I might get cooked either way. I see haste. My bad, boys. My bad. It's a bit harder to see now because I can't show the character from the front, but... Do I have aspect or not? I don't have aspect, okay. You get the vibe, right? You can kind of see it. It's very, very Lich King themed. Vulcan is definitely a sense of time god, but I don't want to get shit on early. I'm gonna actually try to survive the early game with Conduit here. I'll probably start with a Life Binder as well, because I'll be there for late game. But into an Anubis, this will be pretty rough. I have to be very careful. Very Wrath, much Northland, yeah. It does feel very... even with like the runes and stuff. Very Lich King themed. Ice Crown themed.
Hello. Enemy spotted.
Maybe I should have picked Raw. I mean, they're both kind of in the same spot with low mobility and... some rough... He's not coming back, I triggered fucked. Oh, I see. Unfortunate.
Minions have spawned.
Oh well. Guess we'll play out the next 2 minutes. Rip 10 minutes. Nah, they'll surrender before that.
Find your peace and happiness.
Can they before 5? Yeah, as long as there's a DC, you can. Right? I believe so. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Maybe it is at least 5 minutes then. I thought they added something where you could before 5, but maybe I'm completely wrong. I think as long as you have someone DC'd for 2 minutes, you can do that. At least what I thought. Damn, missed one.
Ward right fight that truly sets out.
You go, turret.
Enemy missing middle.
There's so many of them! Dude! What the fuck, man? Why me?
Not a bad turret if it is a fight that truly tests out.
Why me? This is horseshit. Now my score is gonna look like shit. And that's all that matters. I thought this Zeus was jungle, so I was like, yeah, I can survive this. Fucking Thanos showed up behind my asshole. Fucking it, dude.
By my ancestors' name.
Sure.
Victory.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Not even most damage. Fucking no. See, now when I do this, see how shit this is gonna look? What is that? It looks like ass. What's that? I've had a lot of kills today, goddamn. I've been going crazy today, holy shit, look at those games. Wukong's real hard. Duration didn't happen. This game didn't exist. It's just there to remind me that I died as the only person on my team that game. Reported for feeding. My bad, boys. I couldn't help it. I felt like that was going to be a really, really fun game. So that's unfortunate. That was a fun lobby. Surely everyone queued again. Let's get some more fucking healing. Nope. Yeah. It's one of my. It's actually my middle name. I'm really sad that Wu Chang, the game that came out like a few days ago, apparently had absolute dog shit. Actually, it's not even a few days, it's almost a week ago now. Like 5 days ago? Like, they had just terrible PC port. I'm really sad about that. Because apparently the game is pretty good. But it's just apparently really shitty performance on PC. I was gonna play it once I finished my Ghost of Tsushima replay through. Which I should be done with somewhat soon. I don't really have a game now to play after that. Oh, who's trading? Support? Nay. Nay, Impact. Oh, never mind, it was Cyric. Almost done with 100% Hades. Dude, I cannot wait for Hades 2 to finally get a release date. They're getting pretty close. I believe they mentioned the next big patch they're making is going to be the 1.0. Fuck, dude, I'm so excited for that shit. I loved Hades. That game is great. What are we banning? I'll still ban Pele over Aladdin, to be honest. Fuck Pele, man.
Select your god. There is a lot of shit on the table. I want to play Poseidon. I don't know where that thought came from, but it's here. Why is the Scylla never on my team? Why is it always the enemy team? So tired of dealing with Scylla today. Not sure I'll play it right away since I just played the first one. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think taking a little break. I kind of feel the same with Ghost of Tsushima here. I forgot when the release date of the next one is, like Ghost of Yotei. But I don't think I'll play that instantly. Like, if it comes next month or like in a month or two or so, I probably might wait just a little bit. Because it's just the same big RPG again. I'm not sure I'm willing to really go all in on that. after having just finished this one, but we'll see how I feel after. And once the other one comes out. I kind of decided to replay this one because of the new one, because the new one just looks really cool. The fact that you actually have some more variety in how you customize your own character in that game is, in terms of like combat stuff, I think is more interesting to me. I wasn't interested in it that much, to be honest, but when they showed that you could have different weapons, I think that's really cool. What do I start with? I feel like you just have to go Chronos Pendant on every single mage. It just feels the best. Real question is what I go with after, because I do want some lifesteal in this, especially in this matchup.
Enemy spotted.
Yes.
Minions have spawned.
Awesome! Astonishing. Whoa! That's American excellence! Let's make it a blast, like the 4th of July!
I had to. It's a little too tasty, knowing how long that shit takes to kill a level 1. Oh. Laggy waves.
Enemy missing left! Cancel! Anything for the cause!
Lag. Is this the making of a new meta? No. And not to mention the meta changes completely tomorrow. There's just people that feel like playing mages.
Signed, sealed, and well. Enemy has been slain. Signed, sealed. Enemy missing left! Enemy missing! Time! A la vista, amigo! Now that's revolutionary! Enemy missing left! Out of water! Completed! Cancel that!
It's not even Bib, my bad. I was against Bib last game on the Anubis. I got confused. Wanted to ult him so bad, but it would just been a waste.
Ally has been slain.
Enemies in middle lane.
Now that's revolutionary.
Fuck it, I'm backing.
Your middle tower is under attack. Stand down.
Enemy missing.
I think I might just go Bloodbound third.
Enemy missing left. Enemy spotted.
The eagle didn't quite land. I'll attack right lane.
Enemy spotted. Gank. Slain it. Nice job.
Like the 4th of July.
Save yourself. I'll defend.
Now that's revolutionary. Take this jungle.
Enemy missing left. That's too bad.
The eagle
Enemy
didn't
ultimate down. Enemy spotted.
on my way.
Chase the enemy.
Middle. Left lane.
Now that's revolutionary.
Busy.
Yes.
Let's just focus on getting on the farm. I'm so fed. It does seem like there's a visual glitch on Poseidon's one though. Like sometimes it's just straight up delayed. Visually only. Still seems to be hitting before. So that's a little weird.
Ultimate is down.
Range, wash them away. Attack the gold fury.
Careful, right.
Like a fish out of water.
Ultimate is down.
On my way. Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Attack the gold fury.
Cancel that.
Okay.
I'll take beats.
Gang! On my way!
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It's not up yet, I can't TP.
Be right back!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right?
¿Qué pasó el anymore? Evil.
Enemy has been slain.
You killing me now? Play on here.
Was that actually 10 minutes?
Victory.
No, it wasn't 10 minutes, damn. Oh, I didn't realize. Did someone lost 80 for this one? Yikes. Yeah, that was a strange game. How the hell could you guys even surrender? Did you have a DC? I had 4 DZs. Because I only got 26, so you guys surrendered before 10 minutes. I wasn't looking at the time. And I don't... Yeah, I mean, this won't show anything. Well, usually it's like 10 minutes more, right? It always shows 10 minutes more, so this was actually like a 6 minute and 17 seconds and not 16. So we'll see what that one is. I got 26. I don't know. I can actually check. Let me see if that is correct once it shows up in tracker. I'm pretty sure it only said 26. Yeah, I only got 26 for that win, and I only got 35 for the last win. Dude, what is happening? Yeah, I'm looking at tracker. That is... yeah, we can look at the players as well. I mean, in terms of SR, though, even on that team, you guys have the higher SR. Yeah. Actually, this doesn't make any sense. Dude, the Anubis has more SR than I do. Do you think that game was fair? It seems somewhat evenly balanced out, doesn't it? Like, it's not obviously amazing. You have like your lowest you have is 4600, and then one on 4700. But most of my team, like we have one on 5, just 5 straight up. We have one on 5.1, 5.2, and then 2 5.5s. You have one that is 5. Well, he was 6, but now he's 5.9, 5.5. It's not fully even. I see what you mean, but yeah. Yeah, I've seen that Angelo guy a few times. He does seem to be a huge fan of the typing mechanism and system in Smite. Forget the SR. I know, but often there are teams where I'm like, I feel like I'm getting stacked on here, and then somehow I win anyway, because everyone is just so like either renaming or who fucking knows. I don't know who anyone is anymore. People keep renaming. Yeah, I get just naughty. Comparatively speaking to some other things I've seen, though, just purely based on SR, obviously even SR doesn't matter. And like, it goes both ways, right? Sometimes you will heavily lose to someone who has much lower SR than you might have. But my point is just that, in terms of purely SR, that doesn't seem like it was like a matchmaking problem. That just seems like a player problem, to be honest. Alright. This will be my last game, though. Even if it's going to be an early surrender. I'm sure it'll be fine, Willix. Just go Scylla or something. She takes no skill. You'll be alright. Oh, wait. Did I not? Okay, my bad. It's tactical, though. I thought I banned. My bad. Good thing we're first pick.
Select your god.
What do I play this game? I actually still want to do Vulcan. I'll do the Vulcan. I'll just go Aspect if I'm meeting something that's rough. Because I ain't losing lane. You know what? That one might not make a difference. Odin might be the only god in the game that I could meet where it doesn't really matter if I go Aspect or not, because it's going to suck either way. They banned Scylla? I know, it sucks, man. Someone on that enemy team is a Giga tryhard. Who are you, huh? Who are you? Show yourself. I should have just picked Bari. Ah, oh, shit, I'm losing momentum. I think I'm cooked even in haste. Yep. If you want Vulcan, shit. They picked Chalk, fuck. Grab me a... You can hover Hades, I guess. Hover Hades, so you can actually pick something. Just checking. Why are they all grayed out so much? Yeah, I'll just do the Hades then. I was looking at like a front line that I could hybrid, but none of them are really good. Like I was thinking Chalk, but Chalk was picked. And I'm not playing Hercules into an Odin if that's the matchup. Could have gone Thor. Thor wouldn't have been bad. But Hades is obviously good, so no problem there. Man, what kind of aspect would they give Hades? Surely it would be a frontline aspect. It has to be a tank aspect. Maybe if they nerfed his ult damage to the ground or changed it in the aspect, and made it more of a CC based thing in some way. Like if you leave the ultimate, you get slowed or like something like that. Just make sure it doesn't do any fucking damage. That would be kind of nice. Because the fear is really good. They could make it so the fear maybe didn't need like the blight on them. Whatever. I don't want to think about Hades aspect. I don't want to think about that shit. I'm gonna try Conduit Hades again. I think I'm addicted to Conduit again. Oh, my bad boys. Let me remove haste. There we go. The fuck are they called again? Vulcan's things?
Minions have spawned.
No problem at all.
Yes.
Uh-oh. The bitch doing the bitch stuff. Wait, he doesn't have... Oh, dude. Oh my god, dude, I didn't get the XP for it. Man, he doesn't have Boombas. Fuck, dude, I'm actually cooked then. No XP for me here. Fuck, I just have to let Chuck clear. Dude, that's so weird. Why don't you have Boombas?
Your left tower is under attack. Okay. Have fun.
Oh, but bitch is doing the speed as well. Oh. The bitch is being a real criminal. I don't know why he's doing that. Usually the bitch isn't this criminal though. I don't know why he's actually doing this. Usually when he plays support, like he's gonna invade and shit, but usually he doesn't fuck over his teammates, from what I've seen. But he's heavily fucking over our jungler right now, who is already kind of fucked by not having Boombas. Still though, it's the bitch. Somehow it always works for him. I said that too soon. Nah, that's actually kind of cooked. We're so far behind in the gold already. He's somehow the bitch has fucked not only our jungler but our duo as well, because he's just playing alone.
Enemy has been slain.
Maybe he gets me ahead. Maybe that's the play.
under attack.
No. Yeah, no. I ain't helping. It's also an int Wukong that decided to not go Boompas, dude. He actually couldn't have fucked himself any harder. And sure, this will be better for late game, but not having Boompas is gonna fuck him so hard, dude. Like, just go Boompas.
Your left tower is under attack.
I would really love to fight Chuck more, I think, but just gotta get more items. And I cannot risk falling behind. I will say this though, despite Bib's completely insane playstyle, it is wild how often it works out for him. Surely we're getting that kill though over there. There we go.
Wash them away.
Amazing!
Like a jaguar. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, I fucked up. I thought it was going to do more damage. Tragic. I'm limit testing with my Chronos Pendant start, but I guess that's not good. He also has serrated. I should have fought. I didn't realize he bought serrated.
Your left tower is under
Just gonna out damage me and out heal me right now.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Gang!
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, fuck it. Stop fighting. Just farm. He's not gonna have a good time, man. Vulcan is gonna have such a shitty time this game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bro, what is even happening?
The rain shall wash them away.
Oof, that solo kill really kind of fucked me on XP, huh?
Enemy missing right.
Enemy has been slain. It is not possible.
Oh. He's level 6 Ares. I mean, surely we could probably fight that. If we wanted to. Little sad I didn't get the kill, to be honest. It's kind of some nice setup I did there, but... oh well.
Your left tower is under attack.
Fucking getting caged again. Run! He's definitely dead, but I hope for the best.
Fabuloso.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, my blue! Fuck, dude. I lost blue for that, too. Just trying to defend for my team. He's dead.
Oh, easy wrong.
Does it even matter? Probably not.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, this ain't fun. There's not really much to do here, to be honest. Like, I'm almost willing... If this wasn't my last game, I would just straight up surrender. This is so unfun. Bib completely cooked our jungle. He completely cooked our duo lane. And my jungle cooked me, because he doesn't have Bombers, and I didn't get blue XP at level 1. It's so fucking stupid.
Your left tower
This game is so stupid. Yeah, I mean, then there's the fact that you don't have any sort of shell, so you're just stuck in the Odin ult for the rest of your life. This game is just giga cooked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Possible. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Staying around. Surely Odin isn't around, right? He's in left. Wow. That did not heal very much.
They hit like a baby.
Yeah, he's in left. I'll take tower then. That's a huge kill for me, though. Getting that solo kill on someone 2 levels higher than me is absolutely massive. Nope. I'm not TPing then.
Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
Shit, I don't know why. I try to help when I really shouldn't.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know where our jungler was, but I kind of wish he showed up there. We're giving way too much respect to Odin right now. While he's fed, he's still an Odin.
Your left tower.
Might as well just close the game. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel your pain. The one hope we do have, though, listen to this. The one hope we do have is that they actually keep doing this to you to the point where they end up ignoring me.
Enemy has been slain.
And as long as I can just stay farmed. But this also requires of the rest of our team to not die too much. Like, I'm not gonna rotate on this. Why would I? There's no gold to fight for.
Ally has been slain. Enemy missing rides cancelled.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, don't worry, man. In like 2 items, I think I can one-shot. Hold on. Keep farming. I have hope. I have high hopes for this. I believe we win this late game.
Save yourself. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
What? Dude, no way. The fear doesn't stop his 2. The fuck? I feared him only for that reason.
Your left tower is under attack.
Aw, man. I guess I should just insta-ult it then. That's so annoying. That's actually on my end. Oh.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Go push a wave. I need the XP. That Neathol is making the biggest difference for them every single time, man. Understandable. Huge kill. It's an easy 1-for-1 there. Hey Wolvie, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
Your right tower is under attack.
Hope you guys some good games. They've been alright. Pretty rough games to be honest, overall, but at least I won most of them. We're trying though, fighting for it. I appreciate it though. Have a nice run, dude.
Your left tower is under attack.
And now he's level 20. Freaking neat ult. And all my farm is taken. Yeah, thank you, Wolfie. Appreciate it.
Enemy missing right.
It will eventually. But we'll see how the new patch is tomorrow. That's gonna be my patch. Surely.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I don't even want to rotate.
Ally has been slain.
Be right back.
Why aren't they going fire? I guess they don't need to.
Your left tower.
I'm actually gonna go lifesteal. Screw this.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower. Your middle tower is under
They're so low, dude. That's so tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Defend.
Yes, defend. Awesome. Enemies have returned to base. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I need to wait with lifesteal. I really have to get Helm of Darkness before anything else. This shit's too important.
Once more into the breach. Your middle tower is under attack.
When it rains, it pours.
I mean, the fact that they aren't going fire is kind of our saving grace.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Taking aim.
Like a vegetarian.
Got some of them low at least. Maybe they can't do fire with that. Oh no. Well, I don't think my death was that bad, because I got them really low, but then everyone else kind of died here. And now they do get fire.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's okay, guys. Our siege is really good, or anti-siege. We can definitely defend. For sure.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Can I... It's not what I'm buying. This. I need it for this fight. Yeah, he always does this shit. He does. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This is one of the times, but it definitely didn't.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Like me. Retreat.
I mean, it's not just Bib in this game, though, to be fair. Didn't even get anything else off. I tried to cancel my ult early and dash away, but... Yeah, there's not really much to do in this game.
Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very.
Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Your left
What an unsatisfying game to end on.
titan is under attack.
Yeah, it's zero impact. It's not really on you either. It's just... We couldn't really like predict how Bib was going to play this game, because sometimes he plays them normally. He will actually just play it completely normal. Other times he does this, and it affects the whole game.
Defeat.
That being said, I will say this. I do think, despite being 2v1 in duo, you can still really just not die. Like the first time Jingwei died, Jingwei was almost in front of that tower. So he clearly got too greedy and somehow died as a result of that. Which was obviously not great. But I can't really fully blame him for being in a 2v1, but... No, I don't think I should play more. Fuck. I kind of need to go. Shit. I mean, I'll be back tomorrow either way. I do want to play the new patch, so I will see you guys then, I suppose. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it.